Good morning, everyone. Have a great day. Good morning, Hasib. Good morning, Saurav.
Yeah, good morning, Sangeeta.
Good
Morning, ma'am.
Please revise the topics which we discussed yesterday. Today will be the continuation of functional interface. I'm sharing the reference link. Please do a self-reading. We will start today's session shortly.
Hi learners, good morning. Now let's take attendance.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Abhilash Saha,
Good morning, sir.
Harshad Sawant.
Sir, I am present.
Okay. Harshad Sawant. Harshad. Jitesh Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Joel.
Sir.
Kalapala.
Yes, sir.
Khuddus.
Present, sir.
Madhu.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Manak.
Yes, sir.
Praveen.
Yes, sir.
Amya.
Yes, sir.
Shorjo. Oh, Shorjo is on leave. Shubham.
Yes, sir.
Shubham Tiwari.
Yes, sir.
Sudeep.
Hello.
Present, sir.
Sukrit. Swapnil.
Present, sir.
Tejas.
Present, sir.
Vaishnavi.
Present, sir.
Vivek.
Yes, sir.
Nikhil. Sagar.
Yes, sir.
Roshan. Adesh. Sharma.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
Abdul.
Present, sir.
Akash.
Present, sir.
Anurag Gaur. Dipesh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Gaurav Srivastava.
Yes, sir.
Kashinath.
Yes, sir.
Prashant.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
Rushikesh. Shivani.
Present, sir.
Shubham Kumar.
Present, sir.
Shubham Sudarshan.
Present, sir.
Sodit Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Vivek Sharma.
Yes, sir.
Harsh Singh.
Present, sir.
Siddharth Mishra.
Present, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir.
Sir, Roshan present.
Roshan, why did you came? Why are you late?
Sir, I was in the meeting just a little bit out, and you called my name. Then you skipped. Then you moved ahead. That's why.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you did not take my name, sir.
Okay. Chitresh.
Chitresh
Oh,
Singh.
sorry.
No, Chitresh and Saurjo, we initiated transfer. Chitresh, anytime you might get a call from Krishna sir, and your transfer will get initiated.
Sir, I mean, ma'am, on my phone, like on my number, on my number.
Yeah, to your
Not
number.
sure.
Anyway, I'll update that you were present on.
So I'm saying the name again for those who are still absent. Harshad. No. Sukrit. Nikhil. Rushikesh.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Rushikesh. Okay, thank you. Ma'am, done.
Thank you. So Nikhil, Sukrit, Harshad. Harshad will join in few minutes. He said some machine issue. Okay.
Okay, no problem, ma'am.
Sukrit, okay. Yes.
Ma'am, can we speak in the breakout room?
Yeah. Yeah, please join room 1.
I would also join, Sangeeta.
Not required.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Vivek.
Sir, I have some error in Lambda sprint. Can I share my screen?
Okay.
The screen share is disabled.
Okay, one second. Yes, Vivek.
So this is the error.
1 second. Incompatible types. One error, line number 40. Yeah, and go to line number 40 for the ticketing operation. Here see, no, not test cases, no file. Double total amount ticketing collection. What you have done?
Return is wrong, sir.
Return type is wrong, no?
Return should be total, no?
He's calling a function total collection amount. Just return total, yes. Don't return, yeah, just return total. Make it outside, let's see.
You need to call that function.
What it is telling? Cannot find variable total. Okay, total you declared before this collection. Double total.
No, sir, it will not take for
It will not take, no?
Lambda, it will not take.
Sir, you need to call that function, sir.
Which function?
Object. Interface function.
Interface function you need to call.
See the function total amount collected. This is the function which is calculating the total, right?
Sir, only the definition has been, he had made the definition. He didn't call it. Obj dot, you need to call.
Okay, call it obj dot function. Which is the function in the interface. Is open and close parenthesis. Parenthesis, it's a function, no?
Line number 39, there is double closing parenthesis there.
Missing return value. You have to return something. Go for return.
Try to delete line number 41 or comment it. It will run now.
What is the error?
Missing return statement.
Return statement. No? 1 second. Where is your that function which you the total collection amount? Where is that function defined? Total collection amount. This is the declaration, right?
Yes, sir.
Where is the definition? Where you have implemented? Once again, go back to the interface. Go back to the interface. Yeah, ticket collection. This is the interface. Okay, now you come back. Ticket collection obj. Okay, fine. Then we have all this lambda expression. Then obj dot. Oh, you call obj dot. Total
Yes, sir.
collection. One second. One second. Lambda expression means total amount. Can you give the, can you in a 37, can you change this function name?
This one, sir.
This one, the interface function name, can you give it? What is total amount, total collection amount? If it is total collection amount.
Friends, instead of
You do one thing. You
pass
create a,
ticketing data list.
create a, now you make this function as the previous name only. Okay.
Instead of n, he should pass ticketing data list. No?
Yeah, 1 second. Instead of
N.
yeah, what was the total collection? What was the previous name? Give that only.
I forgot, sir.
You forgot Control Z. You do Control Z. Yeah, this one, total amount collected. Okay. See, this is a function. Okay, in this function, you are having a lambda expression. That lambda expression is nothing but tickets collection obj this. Then return total obj dot total collection amount ticketing data. Obj. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Once again, Vivek. It looks like correct only, no? See what you have done. Go to the code again. There, yeah. Interface object equal to lambda expression in double total semicolon for ticketing and data x colon n. Okay, n is nothing but ticketing data list is n, right? Okay, yeah. And then total equal to total plus x into get ticketing amount semicolon flower bracket close for loop close, then return total semicolon, then the lambda expression flower bracket close semicolon. Okay, now obj dot
Ma'am,
total collection amount, and you are passing ticketing data list. Yeah, it looks
ma'am,
okay.
I'm going on in breakout room with Prashant.
Okay.
Okay, Prashant.
Sangeeta, can you please see this code? There
Yes,
is
sir.
some.
Yeah. What is the problem? Do test. I said this now in Slack, Vivek. 37th line. You are taking list as a parameter. I want to see your interface. Go to interface. Here it is an array list. So make it as list here.
Again, same error.
Let it wait. Go to your ticketing operation. Scroll up. Slowly scroll down. Come down. Commit and test it.
Prashant, join room 1.
Yeah, ma'am, it's done.
The same thing I said you in the chat box. Open my message. This is what I said. Both the places it should be list or array list.
Okay.
Saurav,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm about to start the concept. For what you want to call Prashant?
Ma'am, he asked me to come to the tour.
Prashant?
Yes, ma'am. For 2 minutes, ma'am. Just wait 2 minutes.
Okay. Got it. He already joined in room 1. Vaishnavi. Why you have not updated the URL of this ticketing data? You have not completed?
Ma'am, I'm getting one error. I was trying to solve it.
Then why you didn't call me in the morning?
Ma'am, I'm trying to solve it.
Open it. I want to see. Akash, what is the status of ticketing data? You have not updated the URL.
Yes, ma'am. I'm updating right now.
Rusikesh, Vivek, update the URL.
Ma'am, I'm updating now.
Run. Number format exception. Go to ticketing operation, 19th line. I want to see your ticketing ticketing data. Go to your ticketing operation test. Scroll down. Show me the error snap. Scroll up. I want to see 23rd line of this testing code. You're going to read. Go to CSV file. As per the data, the cost comes under the category integer. Why you want to store it in double? Schedule number, route number, ticket from stock sequence, ticket. I'm talking about the last 2 second data. I don't know what is the need of a double. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Scroll down. I want to see the error message. Is this a problem? What is they telling?
What, ma'am?
Total ticket amount. Scroll to the right side. I want to see the heading. Total ticket amount, which is the last 2 second data.
Yes, ma'am. This one.
Okay, let it be. Go to your ticketing operation.
In the ticketing data constructor.
I think no. Got it. She need to skip the first line. Scroll up. You have a heading. If you have a heading, I told you, line number 15, 16. You need to add additionally br.read line. For what this line, Vaishnavi? To skip the header.
Yes, ma'am.
Now check.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't repeat this mistake.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Saurav and Prashant back. All right. Complete the sprint on time. After giving 4 hours of whole afternoon session yesterday, still I can see blank cell in an Excel sheet. If it continues, all the sprint is gonna to be piled up. Okay, let's continue with the next concept. Requesting all of you to pay attention. Please pass all other works. So yesterday I have introduced with lambda expression and functional interface. User defined functional interface. Harsh, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
What is lambda? I want your explanation. I don't want a proper technical definition and all. What is your understanding of lambda?
Lambda is a kind of anonymous class in which we don't have to create a class. We can directly make an object and perform the function under it. Or we can say the class is not defined by us, it is defined by compiler. We just have to perform the function in curly braces.
Okay. My kind request, don't introduce any class, inner class, a type of word in lambda. Lambda is something related with your function block. Let it be. Jitesh, you want to give a try?
Short group of reports that take parameters and return values.
Even
This class.
as I told you, don't introduce the word class at all. The core concept why we are using lambda is totally different. No, Jitesh, some problem with your voice. It didn't reach us to us properly.
Okay, ma'am. Now I'm audible. Hello. Ma'am, I'm audible.
The words are not clear. Try a little bit louder.
Okay, ma'am. Lambda is a block of code that takes some parameters, a value, and return something.
Returns any value.
Yes, lambda, we use lambda to to short our codes, to optimize the codes.
Just compare lambda with our regular methods. You will get the explanation.
Ma'am,
Wait,
lambdas are
Siddharth,
the
wait. Siddharth, wait. Roshan, wait. Akash, you want to give a try?
Lambda expression are similar to the method.
What? Similar to?
The method.
Is it problem at my side or his side?
No, ma'am. Hello.
Shivani,
Yes, ma'am.
what is lambda according to you?
Lambda is initially anomalous function that can be passed to and written from another function.
Vivek Kumar.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is lambda according to you?
It is set of code which takes parameter and return a value.
Any other point?
It is similar to the method, but the compiler does not create .class file.
See, lambda is a single line method definition. Usually we will define a method with proper method name and a block of code with parameters and return type. So lambda, you remember the points which we discussed yesterday, reduces the number of lines of code. I'll be defining the function and I'll be calling the function. But here, both definition and calling will happen in the same place. Wherever you want to call, you define it. Yes, lambda is also taking parameters and it will return value. It may return a single value, or it may have a group of statements. I can go for any processing. So this type of lambda can be mostly used with functional interfaces. Why? Because interfaces with one single abstract method. Anyway, I want to override the method. Instead of overriding the method with the definition, I can use with lambda. So lambda is different. It's a standalone topic. That lambda we are using in functional interface because whenever if you have one abstract method and that method you want to define. So if you take predefined functional interface, that is one abstract method which is comparator interface. So apart from that, yesterday we went with so many user-defined classes. User-defined interfaces with one abstract method. So I can say it is similar to method, but no name. And we will use with the powerful symbol, hyphen and arrow, or close tag, an arrow symbol for lambda. So whatever the demo we discussed in the end, all are related to user-defined interface, user-defined functional interface with one abstract method. So that method, instead of defining, I'm going to define with the help of lambda. Don't get confused. Today also we are going to continue with lambda, but with predefined functional interface. So there were some set of predefined functional interface. So what is functional interface? Vivek Sharma.
Yes, ma'am.
What is functional interface?
No idea.
Very good. Abdul, you want to give a try?
Yes, ma'am.
What is functional interface?
Functional interface is an interface that contains only one abstract method.
The difference between the regular interface and functional interfaces. Functional interface consists of
only one
good.
abstract method.
Vivek, you got the idea. This I have been telling from yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
You will be having an interface. You take your demo program. What is that? Ticketing collection interface. That is an interface consists of only one abstract method. Regular interface will have many abstract methods. If I have one abstract method, then it is called as functional interface. You take my program. Why I want to introduce this yesterday? Yesterday I introduced an interface block with one abstract method. If I have one abstract method in an interface, this interface comes under the category Is that clear, Vivek?
Yes, ma'am. Got it.
That is why yesterday we have been creating an interface with one abstract method, and that abstract method we have implemented using Lambda.
Ma'am, is it required to give this annotation? Because yesterday it was
It's an optional.
just for reading purpose or for the compiler
Just to
purpose?
indicate for documentation purpose.
Okay, ma'am.
But in future, when it comes to your framework, annotations are mandatory.
Okay, ma'am.
With or without it is working. If you add this annotation, I cannot add one another method. All right. So today also we are going to continue with functional interface, but this is not user-defined interface. It is predefined already there in Java library. We know that we can use programming to solve various mathematical problems. Factorial, greatest common divisor. Can I use lambda for this factorial? So we will do factorial inside a method. Can I define a function in which and all the way we can crack this factorial program? If I want to do a Java program for finding factorial of given number, tell me. I'm not asking you to write the program. I'm asking what are all the ways we can do it.
Using recursive.
Very good. One good example for recursion, which I used, it's there in the slide. We can write a regular program in main method using any loops. So you can use functions, regular function. You can use recursive function. Can I use with lambda?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Because if you write anything with function by passing a number and returning the factorial value, same thing you can do it with lambda. And step number 1, you should have an interface, and the interface consists of one method, one abstract method, no body. See here, it is taking a number. If I pass 5, I should get 120. If I pass 4, I should get the appropriate value. So this is important. And then this is my lambda block. I will not explain the code. Nothing is there to explain. Only thing is we are defining all the logics for factorial inside lambda. Creating object for interface by passing a number, and this is my body part. And whatever the result it is returning, I'm capturing and I'm printing here. Fact is my object. I'm calling the method factorial, and 5 will be replaced to number. So take a snap of this, try after some time. When the concept is over, when I'm giving the practice session time, at the time you practice this program. Still, if we have any more efficient way to do factorial instead of this user-defined interface and a method, yes, we have some built-in predefined interfaces which are available in Java 8 and later libraries. Still, I can reduce the number of lines of code and I can write an efficient program by using the predefined interface. So we are more enhancing a program with predefined functional interface. In this session, we will be discussing about 4 interfaces, 4 predefined functional interface, which is consumer, supplier, predicate, and function. Don't get confused. Function is different. Functional interface is different. So we are talking about predefined functional interface. There were 4: consumer, supplier, predicate, and the last one is function. Function alone will take 2 parameters. Java 8 provides predefined functional interface to perform functional programming using Lambda. So whatever the functionality we are doing with our regular methods. So those are all predefined in few of the interfaces methods. We are going to explore that. So if we write a programming line for 10 lines, the same thing can be done using functional interface and Lambda with 5 lines. Same thing can be reduced with these interfaces with 3 lines. It's very important. All the predefined functional interface which we are going to discuss today, it is available in java.util.function package. Again, I'm repeating, don't get confused. All the topics comes under functional interface and all are available in function package, whereas this function is different. This is a capitalized word, which is an interface. So listen carefully. We are going to discuss 4 functional interface: consumer, function, predicate, and supplier. As I said, all were functional interface. So how many abstract method will be there?
One.
Only one. Story over. So the first one is consumer. Consumer applies an operation of the type, whatever the data type I'm passing, within that the functionality will be applied. Consumer interface consists of method called as accept method. What is consumer? We will discuss. So function will take this type of value and return this type of value, and it will take apply method. Predicate will is used to something like your testing function. So whenever if I want to test some set of values based on my condition, I can use predicate, and we have a method called as test. Always predicate will return true or false because it is for testing, and the method, abstract method, is test. Supplier will return the respective type, and the method which we have in for supplier is get method. So don't forget, consumer is having accept method, function is having apply, predicate is test, supplier with get. So 4 interface and its corresponding abstract methods. Let's get into the first interface. Consumer. It's simple. Consumer and supplier are the most simple interfaces among all the 4. So in general, what is meant by the term consumer? Consumer. Is the word is new to us?
No, ma'am.
Consumer is who is called as consumer?
Ma'am, we are called as consumer, like
Correct.
who consume anything.
Customers, consumers, we all. Let's assume there is a Flipkart application. We are the consumers. We will get the product. Consumers, yeah. are gonna to consume whatever the thing which they are gonna to sell. Please change the meaning slightly here. So yeah, yes. Yeah, whomsoever is going to get the service, gonna to consume that, the service which they are gonna to have. Consumer is a Java 8 built-in functional interface that accepts single input and returns no output. Nothing we want from consumer. Consumer is gonna to get the service, that's all. So likewise, listen carefully. Consumer is a functional interface that accepts one single input. Is there any output? Whether I can return anything from the consumer? No. Consumer and supplier, both are opposite each other. Listen carefully. Consumer will not return a value, whereas it will pass one value. Supplier will not take the value, whereas it will return. So always supplier will return a type. So whenever if I want any object to be consumed, to utilize, there I can use my consumer interface. So it will take input, but it will not return any output. So it will take input, it will do some operation, it will do some calculation, it will do printing, but consumer will not return any value. Consumer will consume one input, consumer will consume an input, it will process, and whereas it will not return any output.
Understood.
So let us have an example. This is whatever the said I have said in the previously, just for your understanding, but the same thing you need to relate with programming in terms of function aspect. Yeah, so let's take the method public void print all city name. So I assume like I'm creating a consumer object. Consumer, all the values of the type string. I'm creating object for consumer, which is print consumer. It is taking a parameter, and what it is doing, we are printing the data. So first line is a definition for my consumer interface, where it is taking a parameter, which is T parameter, and we are doing processing. Here the processing is printing. I'm not returning any value. And by using my list, and this is another way, as of now, we have used for loop, for each iterator to print all the value in collection. But today I'm going to introduce an internal for each for loop to iterate over all the objects of any collection. So one single line, I can able to iterate all the values. So my collection list dot for each, you can call for each as a method, and you can pass your consumer object as a parameter. I'll show you. I'll show you with the demos which we have tried.
What is as list? Array dot as list.
Converting a regular array to a list. Array is different, list is different. So Sydney, Dhaka, New York, London will be considered as an array. That array I'm converting to list, and I'm storing in my left-hand side list interface.
Ma'am, what is this dot as list? Is it
That is what we are discussing. The right-hand side is an array value, collection of string array. Instead of new keyword or add method, I want to put all my array to a list. So you can use as list method. There were lots of methods. So usually, guys, listen. So I will be creating list string. Let's assume cities is equal to new array list of. We will go by this way, right? These are all conversion method. Cities dot add of. So instead, I have a collection of values. So can I equate to my list directly?
No, ma'am.
So we have a methods to add the data. If I want to convert my array of values to my list, we have a powerful arrays class dot as list method to do the conversion. So now New York, London, everything will be stored as a list object. Further, if I want, I can add. Okay. So come along with me. It's overflow of my coding. Okay, listen. So from the beginning, if I want to populate all the value, we will be using regular for loop, iterator, and the simple way is for each. I hope you are familiar with this syntax.
Yes, ma'am.
So instead of, guys, listen, instead of some 4 lines of for, I can make it in one single line. Listen carefully. Consumer belongs to java.util.function. And here the consumer belongs to the type flight type. So I hope you can assume what is this generic. Here, these are all the data belongs to string type. But whatever the demo I handled, my data belongs to which type? Flight class type. I'm assuming like these are all familiar to you people. Yeah, flight type. Let's assume I want to print an output. Let's assume output 1 is equal to whatever the data I am passing, it has to print. So consumer will take a parameter and you can process that. Here I'm doing just printing as a processing. That's all. So define your consumer object, and this consumer object can be called with the help of method. So the only method available under my consumer interface is accept method. Listen carefully. By using my flight list dot traverse. One second. What method they have called here to traverse? So it is for each. Okay, I'll complete with the demo. Then we will have some user-defined data and we will put a consumer. That's all. So listen, line number 25. So I am using consumer functional interface, an object, and consumer is taking an input and it is doing the processing. Processing is nothing but a printable statement. So with the help of my list, I'm calling for each and every data, this will be applied. When this executes for the first time, whatever the first data. So Delhi and Mumbai will be taken and this object will be passed to my consumer object and it will do printing. And then it will go to second data. The process will continue till 24th record. Listen, for each is an internal for loop used to iterate over objects of any collection. So here we are taking object of consumer interface as a parameter. Please look into the code. So array list dot for each. I am passing the parameter as consumer object. And by the way, we are gonna to iterate throughout the collection. And the lambda function is passed as a parameter for each. In the place of print consumer object, I am passing a lambda expression. I'll show you the
main purpose of for each.
Yeah, using consumer interface also, we were traversing all the data. So because from the previous block, we have sorted based on descending order of distance. So my flight list has been sorted in the way descending order of distance. So the same data is getting displayed by using consumer interface also. So let me have a few more examples. Once again. Guys, please pay attention. We have an alternate way also. So can I replace a lambda expression directly in the place of output 1? Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, listen. So earlier, by using this internal for loop with my list, flight list dot for each, I passed output instead of output. Wait, let me try to replace a lambda expression. This is also possible. Here we are using a direct lambda expression. Here we are passing the object of consumer. As we all know, consumer will take the input and it will do some processing. So here I'm using the printable statement expression as a processing block. The same thing you can use for your collection. Whichever the collection we have tried from the beginning, you can use this for each. Both are same. Here I'm replacing a consumer object, here directly a lambda. Shall I continue with next?
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
think there are much functionality with consumer. If there
Ma'am,
is, I
just
will add
repeat,
here. I will add whenever I get an any more new things and new examples. But we have that's all. We don't have much functionality associated with consumer. It's okay. It's okay.
Ma'am,
Mm.
can you repeat the for each? What is for each?
Yeah. So in our list, in our collection object, by using a collection object, you can call an attached internal for each. In general, for each are called as iterable block, where whenever if you are calling along with the collection, the default functionality it is traversing from 1 to n. So this is a single line. This line is not having any attachment with the previous any lines. So by using my flight list collection, flight list is my array list object. I'm calling a for each function, and whatever the thing I want to process inside my loop every time when I'm traversing the data, my flight list is having 24 records. So this line will be executed for 24 times. Each time what I wanted to do, I can do inside my for each block. And every time whenever I'm traversing for the first time, the data associated with flight list will be passed as a parameter. And that I am printing here. Even if you want to do something, you can do it. Instead of I, you want to return only from fare, you want to calculate the sum of fare, you can go ahead. Here it is a lambda. You can use a single expression or you can use your block. So when I touch this consumer, I want to include this line.
Okay.
So and this is a method for each E capital letter. It is a method. It is an iterable method, comes along with your collection classes. Just to iterate all the value. This line will be executed for 24 times. So moving on to the next. So consumer will not return a value, whereas it will accept a parameter. The opposite one. Supplier is an opposite of consumer. It will not take any argument, but it returns some value. So consumer will not return a value, whereas it accepts a parameter. But supplier will not take any argument, but it returns some value. And we have a method called as get method to get the value. So supplier is going to return the value. That value you can capture with the help of get method. So whenever if you want to get any object of this type, whatever the type, string type, student type, employee type, flight type. So as I said, it does not take any object as an input, but it produces a value as a return type. So again, in order to have an expression body part, you can use lambda and you can use a return and you can return the value. So as name implicits, supplier is something called as supplying the data, returning the data to whichever the function it is calling. So in various prints, I told you to try a random number generator. So one example they have provided with supplier is getting the random number. So supplier of the type integer, any type, object name, guys listen, supplier interface of the type integer, I'm gonna to get object name equal to no input. Whereas it is gonna to return a random number from 0 to 10. So we are using the object random numbers of supplier interface, which is gonna to supply a random number between 0 to 10. Okay, let us have few more example on suppliers. Come along with me. So let me add a new Java class. Let it be GMT20220601. Supplier object is equal to no parameter, whereas it is returning a random class with an extent of n numbers. Supplier object dot, which method I want to get used to get the value, I need to use get. So guys, listen, every time the supplier object is holding one integer value, and I can get the value only by calling the object followed with get method. No need to pass any parameter. As name implicits, get is used to get the value alone. So every time when I execute, I will get a random number from 0 to 10.
Ma'am, why ma'am this get?
We haven't called except over here, but look into this. Supplier will return an object of the respective data type, and we will use get method to get the value that the supplier object is holding. We haven't used except of supplier, but here in order to get the value, we will be using get. So same thing I'm using for user defined class. So listen, what can I use? Listen. So I'm getting a random number and then I'm referring a file. I'm reading all the details of flight. I'm storing in an object flight list. Let it be. So let me create a supplier object of the type string from city. Wait, let me complete. Please come along with me. Whatever the demo I'm doing, whatever the data I'm dealing, which is not new to you all. I'm just ensuring my supplier needs to return Delhi. All the time we are taking Delhi. Let me take Singapore. Singapore, yeah. My supplier is gonna to return the value here. I'm gonna to return Singapore from my supplier, and based on the supplier city, I need to truncate the value. Let's think. If y dot get to dot equals of dot get one second. Let me complete and then I'll tell you what I have tried with this existing flight details. If you find any syntax error, please let me know. Yeah. So I have read all the data from my file. So there were 24 records and I'm gonna to get Singapore data, Singapore from my supplier. So based on the supplier data, I want to compare with all 24 records and I want to return the flight details of Singapore flight details. Let it be. So I want to retrieve the output based on from city Singapore, and the Singapore is passed via supplier. I'm sure till reading the data, displaying the data is clear to you. Line number 20 is important. I'm creating a supplier object which is from city, no input, but I'm returning the value. The only purpose of supplier is it returns the value. I know I returned the static value. Relate the same with any instead of hard-coded value, any other value we are getting from user via various ways. So I'm going to return the value Singapore. And if I try to get via my supplier method, I will get the returned value Singapore over here. So and then I'm traversing all the details in my flight list. I am fetching from get from my object, which I'm comparing with my supplier get method. If it is there, I am adding in my temporary object and then I'm populating the value by using for each. So I'm returning a static value Singapore from my supplier. With that, I'm comparing wherever I want in my collection, and I can proceed with my operation. Output is not a very big deal. I just wanted to say the only purpose of supplier is to return a value, and that value you can capture with the help of get method.
Ma'am, can we put line number 20 inside this line number 25 dot get?
Instead of get, what you want to put?
Within the get parameter, can we put add this line number 20?
No, not possible. Get is not taking any parameter. So you take your Pojo class. None of the place we are passing we are passing the parameters to our get. So we cannot do that.
Yes.
So line number 20 is
Yes,
important, and wherever you want to call, go ahead with get. I know get and what is this? Get supplier and consumer are a simple functional interface. So let's get into one more complex interface, which is predicate.
Ma'am, wait for 1 minute, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, this is always used to generate a result without even passing any data as a parameter. I used a static value, let it be. Listen, these two are simple interface. So let's get into the next interface. Before that, there is a just a minute question. What we need to replace in question mark? List dot for each. Name is passing as a parameter. So you need to pass the parameter as a printable statement. All of you agree, always this for each, whatever the input we are passing, that input only we are going to process inside my lambda expression. Listen carefully. Moving on to the next interface, which is predicate. So predicate is a functional interface which represents single argument function, but always this function will return Boolean true, false. Always this predicate is used to filter the data. And it's very important for predicate, you need to define a function. And the function name is filter. So this is totally different. So we will be defining a static function which is filter, which will take my collection as a parameter, and the second parameter is a predicate object. Predicate whatever the type followed with my object. This is a user defined function which the user wants to define. We need to traverse all the value based on my predicate test functionality. I need to filter the record and I want to do any operation, or I want to do printable, whatever I want, I can use. Listen, this is a definition of my filter method of predicate. Whereas in a main method, we will use predicate to get the condition. According to this program, we are creating an object for predicate and we are getting the name whose name starts with C. This condition will be passed as a condition to this filter method. In main method, I will be defining a predicate object and I will apply some condition. And this object I will be passed as a parameter to my filter method. So based on the condition, the data getting filtered in my filtered method. When you try to print the data, I will get only filtered data. So predicate is somewhat complex method. You need to define a filter method. You need to define your predicate object and you need to call your filter method. Let me implement the same in my program. Guys, I'm taking my demo file. Step 1.
Ma'am.
Whatever the theory we
wait for
discussed,
2
I'm going to apply. Yeah, you take a snap of this.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm doing the same. So step number 1, public, apart from main method, you define a static void. What is the method name? Filter. See here, this is my demo 5 class. Already I have main, which I have created some time back. Apart from that, there should be filter. So what should be the first parameter of my filter function?
Test.
So let me give the name as, for your identification, let me give the name as filter function. What should be the first parameter?
List.
First parameter will be the list and second parameter will be the predicate object. So first parameter will be my array list of the type flight. And I'm giving the name as flight object. And the second parameter is my predicate of the type flight. I'm calling with the name P1. Will it be okay? So it's very important in my main method or wherever I am calling, I'll be creating a predicate object. So let's assume, can I create with P2? Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
It is just a name, that's all. So I need a expression. So whatever the data, so tell me what can I do? Can I check with fair? What condition I can add to filter the data? Oh, this is a string, so I cannot use. I'll take distance. Shall I take distance? Or shall I take from city where?
Take from city, ma'am.
Okay. So I dot get from dot equals compare to or starts with S. So whichever the from city starts with S, I want to print the name. It is not, it should be string function. I'm sorry, yes. So as per my data, so San Francisco and Singapore are starting from S. I should get the details of San Francisco and Singapore. As per my predicate condition, I should get, because it is an object, flight object. From there, I'm calling get from method, getter method. And the condition is it should starts with S. It's very important. You need to call predicate. You should call filter function. And the first parameter is my collection. And the second parameter is my predicate object. Here I'm creating as P2. Here I'm capturing it as P1. So whatever the operation I want to do, I can do it. So for traverse all the value with your flight object, if what is the condition? According to
P1 dot get
test of X. So the condition is always you need to use predicate object and you need to call test method and you need to apply the object. I'll use the same. So P1 is my predicate object, this condition. I'm testing with my data. With this data, it will check get from and it is checking whether it is starting from S. If it is starting from S, then I'm printing the data. Else it will not print the data. Just flights. Flight name begins with S. So flight name begins with S, whichever the from city begins with S, that data alone I'm getting. San Francisco and Singapore record. As expected, we are getting this output. Output is not a very big deal. Idea behind is we are using predicate interface.
Hello, ma'am.
Hmm.
Can you show that syntax of predicate?
Yeah. So we need to define a function. Yeah.
Every time it will be a static function.
Because you can call directly. If it is non-static, you need to create object for the class. That's all. I don't think static makes much impact on this. No, you can go for non-static also.
Okay, ma'am.
Can I return anything from my object? It can be non-static also. It can return the value also. Not at all a problem. So if it is a non-static, I should call with class name. What is the class name here? Demo file. Don't get confused with the fundamental topic. Earlier the filter function is static, so I can call directly. Main is also static. If it is non-static, what I need to do? I need to create an object. And can I return? Yeah, I can return also. See here. Let's assume temp.
Instead of print, we can add to that.
Correct. So I should use temp dot add of x, and don't forget to return temp. And here you need to capture the temp, and you can print the temp dot for each So don't get confused with the Java fundamentals. I modified in such the way the function without static and with return type. And the type is again a collection. Instead of print statement, add it in temp and return the temp, and temp is a collection. Every time I am adding the object, every single line.
Without test, it will be printed.
In front of you only, let it be instead of what data I'm having. Let me print L. We have London and Los Angeles. I'm doing only in front of you only. With, without static, with, without void. Here you can print, but this is what expected, guys, in our sprint. Nowhere you should use printable statement in your method. Always the method needs to return the value. So this is how you need to construct your sprint methods. So you can take the snap. According to this demo program, they made static and void. If it is void, you can print. But as per our sprints, nowhere it is print statement or void. You need to return. Here it is a collection, I'm returning. So the last interface is function interface. And this is all familiar to us. Sorry. So function interface is one of the functional interface. As name depicts what? So it will take an argument. It will take both input and it will produce both the output also. Input and return type are specified in generic interface. It is similar to our regular way of function. So consumer will not return, supplier will not take parameter. So predicate is used to test. If I want to do any operational thing, I can do it with function. Function is a generic interface that take one argument and produce a result. And function is having one abstract method, which is apply. It will take input as well as it produce an output. The demo which we discussed in the beginning, factorial of the number. Instead of defining a function and doing a factorial, or defining a function and making a recursive function, you can do it with functional interface function. Please start from the line 1. Can you see the first line? There should be a function keyword. What do you mean by integer and integer?
Input type integer and return type integer.
This is input and this is output. Input type and return type, both are integer. It may varies. And my function name, it is taking an input which is integer type. And whatever the, see, we have more statements. So use lambda, block lambda, open and close curly braces. So one, you traverse with all the value. Every time you do sum up with one to given number and store it in result, and you return the result. It's very important. You will be calling the function object dot apply method and you will pass the parameter input. Take the snap. I want you to try. Do I want to define a function here?
No, ma'am.
Do I want to define an explicit function?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. All the 7-8 lines you will be writing in your main method. So take a snap, you try this. I'll try some other function of this type. So this factorial, I want you to give a try. So if you want, you can take a snap. Take a snap of this factorial and try. Okay, let me do a simple program. So function, which is taking the input type and return type. So integer, comma, integer. So function object is equal to, let's assume it is taking number and it is returning number into number. Function 1 dot apply of 6. Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
Function let me pass integer and let me get string. Fun2 is equal to, so if I pass some x, it should return total marks. That's x. Fun2 dot apply of, let's assume 67. Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you have more than one line, you can use block lambda. This is also possible. Don't forget to call fun3. So it is taking integer. So you need to pass integer value, whereas it is returning string. So I can call within a printable statement because it is returning a value. So I'm passing an input. It's a block lambda. So I can have a loop or I can have a conditional construct. So 67 will be replaced to x. Whichever the condition matches, it will return the appropriate value. So 67, and it will be an average. For a 97, it will be an excellent grade. Only for predicate, you need to define one function that will take a collection and predicate object as a parameter. So remaining everything you can try within a method. Is it possible to find average of all the distance? Can I find out average of all 24 distance?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we try, or you will try? I have 24 records. So I need to traverse all the 24 records distance, sum it and divide it by total. But I want you to do it with function.
We will try, ma'am.
It is possible. Possible path. Practice few demos. The first one is for each function. And the second one is consumer interface for printing. The third one is supplier interface for fetching the value. Get. So you can use predicate. So starts with or ends with. or greater than, less than value, greater than the respective distance. And you try factorial with function. And the last one is finding average of distance in flight details using function interface. Just capital letter. Apart from that, these are all I'm sharing for your practice. You can do it. So I want you to try a simple for each with your list. Try 1 or 2 simple demos on consumer supplier. So predicate, you can try with string values or integer value with greater than. Factorial, the snap which you have taken, you try. And the last one is by using function interface, try to find the average distance in the flight details which have been provided. It is possible, try. I'm giving you 1 hour time. Around 12 o'clock, I will be rolling out the sprint for today.
Okay, ma'am. Sharing Slack.
I'm sharing my demo 5 and demo 6. I think these are the 2 files which I introduced today.
Yes, ma'am.
If required, I will share my CSV file as well as flight class. I'm sharing it. Shared. So guys, if required, you can take 5-10 minutes break, come back at 11:10 and continue with this practice.
Okay, ma'am.
Shubham Kumar, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share your screen for discussing sprint of today's session, today's problem statement?
Okay, ma'am, 1 second, ma'am. Just 1 minute. Rushikesh? Rushikesh? Rushikesh?
Yeah, he is there in the session.
Ma'am, yes, but
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
join room number 2.
No. Give me 5 minutes time. I'll
Okay,
roll
okay,
out the
okay.
sprint for today, then you can take.
Okay. Rushikesh, don't join.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. You go ahead, ma'am.
Shubham, I'm waiting for your screen share.
Ma'am, I'm working on it. I'm not completing.
I haven't rolled out the today's one. For reading the today's problem statement, I want your help.
Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Ma'am, can I?
Alapala, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, it is visible.
Yeah. Go to problem statement.
This is the problem statement, ma'am.
Invoice calculation. A local mobile store manager is taking a stock of his inventory. He need to check the exact number of mobile phones in the store. The brand and the price of the phone might differ. Listen carefully. We need to do 3 tasks. We want to write a Java program to perform 3 tasks. The first task is display the details of all the mobile available at the store. The first method is you need to display all the details of mobile. Is it possible? Just to display the object. So display all the details of mobile, like flight details, you need to display all the details. After that, filter the details of particular brand. Whichever the brand I'm passing as a parameter, I need to filter the brand. I want to return the list. So out of 24 records or 20 records, whichever the records matching with the brand name I passed, I need to return that. The last one is you need to calculate and display total amount, total invoice amount of all the brand, of this brand. So it's very important. You can do it with regular way, but as per the problem statement, you need to use function interface, consumer and predicate. So you need to use what? So in order to display all the mobile detail, what interface you will use?
Consumer.
Very good. Consumer will be used here. Filtering?
Predicate, ma'am.
Predicate. In order to calculate the total invoice amount, you will be using?
Function.
Okay, go to mobile.java. So please complete this Java class. There were 4 data: brand name, model name, amount and quantity. So complete variable, private variable, constructor, get set and toString. Go to mobile stock service.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So step number 1, yeah. Guys, no need to read any data. Assume there were 3 methods. Click build and run. I want to see the maximum code. There were only 3 methods. You can complete within half an hour. So the first method is display all the product. Assume like all the data is stored in mobile list. You just need to print. No return type, nothing. So void. So use consumer, create object and use for each and print the data. Hardly 2 lines of code. Here itself you print the data. No need to read and no need to store. Assume like mobile list is having all the details of mobile. Hardly 2 lines of code is required here. Yeah, 15th line. This method is for filtering. No need to call this method. Assume like in main method we are calling. Complete this. So and my filter method is filter by brand name. I am passing my collection. I am passing my predicate object. So and you need to create a temporary list. You need to traverse all the list, match with the brand, with the respective mobile brand name, and you return the value. That's all. This is also simple. Hardly, as per my knowledge, it is some 5-6 lines. Create a temporary list, traverse with that, test it and add it. That's all. Even you no need to match with the brand name. That thing we are doing in calling. And don't forget to return the temp list. So listen, the last method, calculate the total invoice amount for particular brand of the phone. So you will be calling function. Use function interface to perform the calculation. What are all the data? Go to mobile.java. So there is a brand name, nothing to do with brand name, model number, yeah, amount and quantity. So let's assume I have 5 brands. Each brand is having 5 mobiles. So there were 25 mobiles. So based on the respective mobile amount and its quantity, you need to do sum up. It's just a multiplication here. So amount into quantity and you need to return the amount by using function interface for all the mobile. So let's assume if you have 20 mobiles, for all the 20 mobiles, the amount into quantity. So I may have, let's assume Samsung particular mobile of 5 numbers. So I want to do multiplication of 5 into the amount plus the remaining all the mobiles. Think, only the twist part is last function. That is also simple only. So you need to calculate invoice based on brand. Go to the method.
Ma'am,
Go to mobile stock service.
test case.
Yeah, wait. Calculate invoice amount for a brand and they were passing total collection. Go to test case.
Only 5 mobiles are there.
Yes, ma'am.
5 mobiles are there. Can you see? Redmi 9, $399. There were 7 mobiles. So you need to multiply 399 into 7. And 810 into 13. 415 into 17. 599 into 10 plus sum up. Come down.
Ma'am, it's enough.
Whether they are calling, wait.
Okay, ma'am.
What is the method? Filter by brand name. That is easy. Whether they called calculate invoice. 43rd line.
Number 51 also.
Here.
Yeah, 43,
As a
44.
51, yes, ma'am.
Red color, there were
51
no
also.
vowels, so it is 0. Okay, let's see 43. Scroll up. Wait. Wait. So they were passing Redmi 9. That's all. Redmi 9, if they pass 399 into 7, if you calculate, you will get 2793. And what is the next one? Oppo. How many Oppo mobiles are there? 599 into 10. Just a simple multiplication, but you need to do with function interface. And they are trying to get the red. There is no red. That is the reason it is returning 0. Okay. Okay, it's simple calculation only. Based on the brand, you need to sum up the invoice. If I pass Sony Xperia, as a mobile store, I'm having 17 stock. So 450 into 7, that is what they are expecting. Even not a total sum. It's easy. So before lunch, you can complete this topic. Think about it. Thanks, Kalapala.
Okay, ma'am.
Your screen share.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Harshit sir is there?
No. Regarding
my mini project of IDFC Bank, I need some help from
we
you.
can do it in the afternoon. You complete the current sprint.
Okay, ma'am.
Within an hour, complete it. I'll give you the afternoon time to complete the mini project.
Okay.
This is for everyone. Please complete today's sprint. I know many of you task 4 is pending. Again, I'll be discussing in the afternoon.
Problem with my forking.
Joel, anything you want to say?
Yeah, ma'am, there is some problem with forking.
For this particular sprint?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, check, try to fork it.
No, it's fully fine.
Yeah, ma'am.
Then you do refresh, close the browser and try.
Yeah, 14 successfully.
Joel, try after some time. Do basic troubleshooting.
I'm having some problem in consumer interface.
You share your code with me on Slack.
Ma'am, it's Sudip here. I have a question.
Hmm.
Ma'am, the predicate, predicate is already passed in the as a parameter with the name of pre. So do we have to define the predicate elsewhere, or we can just
No,
use
no
the
need to
ones,
define
we can use
because
the
it's
one
a
given?
method. So in my demo program from main, I have defined predicate with condition. That is
Yes,
not
yes.
required in this case. Yes. You are
Okay,
right.
okay, wait. That means the predicate is defined elsewhere, and that is not my concern.
Correct, 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 correct.
Okay.
What is happening, Adesh, with this code?
When that consumer interface code, the first function.
I am okay with your code.
But that is showing in means not in yellow color. The predicate interface, it is showing in yellow color, but the above one it is not showing. Why?
You share your screen. What is this in color when you are in IntelliJ? I cannot find
Like,
this red.
like this one means it shows that it is active. Like this one is not. Display all products.
Because of written?
But it is void.
I don't have any comment on this color difference.
Okay. And also one more thing.
Wait. Scroll up. No. I don't have any comments on
When
this
I did
color difference.
with this code, then it was in the yellow color. When I use this consumer interface, then it is not. When I use this statement using enhanced for loop, it was showing so.
As of now, I don't. You do analysis. Let me also check.
Then see. When I remove these comments, then
If you have multiple lines, save, Control S. You do one thing, line number 12, you change instead of void, you make integer. You return something on line number 19. So you return 10. Whether these two functions are called, I think these two functions are called in test case. That is the reason it has been highlighted with yellow. I'm not sure. No, you return some 10 as a number because it is an integer. No, not because. Go to mobile service test. Do one thing, wherever they called calculate invoice or you comment that line. Let's check for calculate invoice. You comment the next line. No. So many lines are there. 51. You comment 44 also. What are you doing? I just wanted to check why because of calling. Scroll down. Okay. Go to your mobile store. There is an error. Scroll up. That is also not correct. Scroll up. You solve this error. Line number 47. Go to 47.
That is this. What should I return here? That also I'm having problem.
You copy paste for loop. Line number 39, 40, you copy paste in 46. Only 39 and 40, I said.
Done.
Paste it in 46. So return, calculate in, no, you, oh, it's a big name. Calculate invoice amount for brand, apply of X. If you want to do a sum up. If you want to sum up everything, you declare variable double sum in line number 45. After 45, you do one thing, double answer equal to 0. In 49, instead of return, you give double answer is equal to answer plus. Delete that return. Answer equal to answer plus calculate invoice for brand. No. You give me the control. Anywhere we are calling the third method? No. What is the problem? It is compatible type only. Mobile cannot be converted to double. Oh, you are returning.
In functional interface, you have declared the double.
Yeah, input is mobile. What is a, see, we are getting mobile object as an input and we are returning double sum. I know this will get sparse, but why this color? Now you see. Who's this Adesh? Can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
see? Whenever if you are calling the function in test case, it is highlighted with yellow color. Since we have commented all the line function call of this calculate, it has been in that gray color. We are not at all calling display all the product because it is void. This is just want to print the value. That is the reason it is not highlighted with yellow. Now if you uncomment everything, both the bottom two functions will be yellow color. This color code and all. Can you see now both the functions are in yellow?
Yes, ma'am. Should I stop sharing?
Hi learners, I have created the column in sheet 5. Now you can update.
See guys, it's a simple sprint you want to try with consumer, predicate and function interface. So complete it. I'm sure you have completed the first two methods, isn't it or not? In the afternoon, I'm giving you 2 hours time to complete any pending sprints. And then we will continue with the next topic.
Ma'am, can I share my screen? I'm having a
Yeah.
problem with third person. Please hold on. Please hold on. I'm having a problem.
You need to call via object end dot getter method. Oh, this is no, Sudeep, this is incorrect. We cannot go by this way. You need to traverse with the for loop. Again, 2 times the for loop you need to define. The first time for multiplication and the second time for applying. It should be like you should have a for loop where invoice amount is equal to invoice amount. What is that? Amount into quantity.
Okay.
Check the test cases for your reference.
Should I stop sharing it?
I'm stopping your screen share. Sudeep, think about it.
Okay.
Finding the invoice for particular brand of phone. You need to traverse all the brand and you need to return its amount into quantity. So guys, let's go on a lunch break. I am adding a column. Please update the URL. And those who have got test case failure, share, resolve it. Here I am. Fine.
Ma'am?
Arshad. Yeah. Hi. Yes, Kudus. Tell me.
Can I share my screen, ma'am?
Yeah. Gaurav, Praveen, Rusikesh, Shubham, Sodit, are you back from break?
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Ma'am, here.
Oh, why you stopped?
Stop.
Yeah, you stopped your screen share. Share again.
Is it visible, ma'am? I'm getting failure in test cases, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm seeing your code.
This
Go to
column.
the code. Yeah, I saw your both the test case failed cases.
Ma'am, this temp list is not updating, ma'am. Don't know why.
Yes, ma'am. Mine also is the same kind of problem. I don't know why return temp list is not updating.
Wait. But I don't find error in your block. I don't have problem with this 16th block. Okay,
Should I run
let's
the test case, ma'am? Here is
run
the.
again. Yeah, run again. Let me see the failed cases alone. Execute all test cases. Run the K class. Two failed.
It is because of this function only, ma'am.
Yeah, go scroll down. What is one more thing? They said true, false. If they pass Vivo. Okay, go to the coding. Come down. Wait.
The second test case is failing because of first one, ma'am.
Line number 33. Make it a small letter D. Don't use double D. Small letter D. Line number 33, make it as someone. Change the variable name. Make it as someone. No. Variable name. Everywhere. Line number 34, 35. Change it as new variable name.
I'm in 34, like you haven't given the addition.
No, that is correct only. Addition is not required. Only multiplication. Addition is required in 40th line. What is this? Okay, rerun your test case. I don't find any error. Just maximize your error screen. So there it is not returning true. So here it is returning 0. Go to 60, 43 and 63. Let's see. Go to test case. Now you go to 63 first. Get brand name equals Vivo. Scroll right side. First of all, you change the background. 5.
Ma'am, hello.
Background color. Yes, yes, tell me.
Ma'am, I'm going to room 2 with Harsh.
Set. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Go to settings. You change the theme. The first theme. Make it as IntelliJ light. What is the failure case here?
I think it is not able to match the predicate value and the brand name in the function. Yeah, in this function, ma'am.
But what's wrong in this function?
This function only returning false, ma'am. I'm also
This
not.
function is not returning the false. The comparison of that line is returning false. So I am passing those 5 mobile data. It should match with Vivo. And Vivo data alone, it will return from here.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that data is not matching. What is the problem? We have, we have 6 mobiles. No, 5 mobiles. One of them is Vivo. So when I compare Vivo size, whatever the list I am returning back, that size, assume like whatever, 1, it should match. Here the condition is not matching. List dot size, whatever it is returning, the total list values, which is compared with the size of.
Ma'am, maybe the construction is not complete.
Yeah, chances are there. Chances are there when you have not handled your constructor or initialization properly, but it is handled. Why you are returning null? Kudus, what
Yes,
is
ma'am.
this? You have not completed getter method. It is trying to get the value. Don't be careless. Complete it.
Okay.
Yes, you need to complete your class because your test cases are returning the value from getter method. Getter is null. That is the reason it is getting false. Don't repeat this mistake.
Okay.
All of you complete your Pojo class first. Ramya, you there?
Ma'am, should I share? Can I share my screen?
Yeah. What happened?
Ma'am, not even a single test case is passing.
Very good. Wait. We are not passing double and double. We are passing the entire list here. We are not passing the amount. We are passing the mobile list here. Who's this? Siddharth, you rework. You need to change the entire function definition. 39 itself, you need to change a lot.
Okay.
And you refer the function syntax. The parameter is not the amount. The parameter is object. My complete mobile list object. From the list, I need to pull every amount and quantity.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yes, Arshad.
ma'am, can I share my screen?
Hmm.
Ma'am, I'm getting this failures.
Hmm. Yeah, same line, 63rd line.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, if you go to your code.
Okay.
Go to mobile.java first. Wait. Come down. Okay, go to mobile stock service. Come down. Sum plus is equal to is make it as sum equal to.
Okay.
Try once. With respective mobile invoice, that's all.
No, ma'am. Same thing.
Yeah, I saw. Go to your code.
In 24th line, there should be a mobiles instead of mobile list.
Yeah.
Instead of mobile
Correct,
list,
correct,
there's
correct. It's
mobiles.
mobiles. Correct. Whatever the parameter you are getting, you need to traverse. Why are you using class name? Mobile is different. Mobiles is different. Mobile is a class type. Mobiles.
Oh, sorry.
You will get it.
Arshad, instead of mobile list.
Where else?
In 24th line, instead of mobile list, there should be a mobiles. And you whatever you write previously, it's correct. Mobile.
Over here it was mobile.
Here you write mobile.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I understood.
Okay.
No mistake. Shall I stop sharing?
Wherever you want to traverse, you need to take the input.
Yes.
Use it properly.
Ma'am,
Yeah, tell me.
ma'am, I have messaged you in the Slack.
Kudus.
Yes, ma'am.
Think in such the way. Right. So you have 24 records, 24 flight details. So you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
provided from and to. So with 24 records, when you compare with from cities with your from, let's assume Delhi and London, you will be getting 5 Delhi. I told you ignore the direct flights. You will be getting the remaining 4 rows. So whichever the data you received based on the matching of from, its 2 will be taken and you will be passed to the same function by swapping those 2 as a from details, and those 24 will be resent again and 2 remains 2. So listen carefully, I'm telling you again, this is for everyone. So many days you people got struck with this. Where I am. So listen carefully, you have 24 records. Let's assume you are giving Delhi and London. So you will be having a function, let's say show connecting flights. You will be passing all 24 records as an array from city and to city. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
So my 24 record, Delhi and London. You will be matching Delhi and London with 24 records and you will display your direct flights. So for indirect flights, you compare 24 records with from city. So you will be getting only those 5 records. In 5 records, ignore direct matching. You will be getting remaining 4 records. This is applicable for all the data. You will be ignoring Delhi and London. So from this, again, you will be calling the same function, show connection, all 24 records. This time, from will not be a regular from Delhi. This time, the from will be any of the 4 cities, which you have find a few lines ago. So this time it will be Mumbai. So Mumbai, and you will be passing London. 2 doesn't change at all. But you're from earlier, it will be show connection flight of all 24 records. With from will be Delhi and 2 will be London. So I'll be calling the function. So I'll be finding the direct flight. Then I'll be comparing from with all 24 records. So out of that, I'm getting 5. Ignore the direct matching. So I'm getting 4. So now you want to call the recursion by passing all 24 records, my entire array, 2 remains 2, but from will not be a from. From will be the intermediate which you have found a few lines ago. Above. So first time you will call Mumbai, second time you will call Bangalore, Singapore and Frankfurt. Again the same function will be called. You will be comparing 24 records with the from will be Mumbai and 2 will be London. So wherever Mumbai and London matches, it matches. Then next time when you call the same function, so this time it will be Bangalore and London. And the next time it will be Singapore, next time it will be Frankfurt. By this way, you need to do with recursion. You will be calling the same function by swapping your from. Initially, it will be my actual from. When you call the function again, your intermediate will be passed as from, but 2 remains 2 all the time. Got it? Who's this? To whom I'm talking to?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. This is the simplest way, one-stop flight. So Abhilash and Vivek. So you have resolved the problem of mic and camera. So I can see one device.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Good. Excuse for 2 minutes.
Hasib sir.
No, he got meeting.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, are you there? Are you here?
Yeah. I'm
Can I
here.
go to the
Breakout room? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I'll handle the main session.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
So please update in our sheet. Okay, I'm updating.
Anurag. Anurag, join room 2.
Ma'am, I need to discuss task 4.
Okay, go ahead.
Share the screen here.
Yeah.
So I tried it, ma'am, whatever you said to me. Now I'm getting the result that this up till this London. After that, I'm getting the entire route, all the routes there is.
Yeah.
Till now it's good, but after that it's just a mess.
Let me analyze your code.
Hello, Anurag.
Yes, sir.
Join room 2.
Okay, sir.
Show me your output. You are getting the correct output only. Guys, anything you find weird on this output? Any observation on this output?
It giving sequence of output. Sequence. It giving sequence. 1 to second, second to third.
As expected, we are getting the output. One is Delhi to London. The other one is Delhi to Mumbai, Mumbai to London. Apart from that, so Delhi to Bangalore, Bangalore to Singapore, so many cut flights. Oh my God. Mumbai to Frankfurt and Frankfurt to, I think you need to keep a cut over here. Come down.
You need to give a break statement.
Yeah. So if you want one stop flight, you need to stop. Think, Shubham. Minute things needs to be added. It is giving many stops flights, connecting flights. It's not incorrect output. Have you scroll down? And stop the recursion or one connection flight or two connection flight. Come down. It's not, come down to the output screen. Whatever the output you are getting, anyway, it is returning back to your Frankfurt to London.
The loop is going
Even
on.
the last block alone, it is confusing, but the previous block are ending up with London flights only.
Okay, so
Think what
somewhere
can we do?
here I need to
Break it. Think about it. But the recursion is working properly.
Okay, ma'am.
I will also think in this way. So it is giving many stops. God. Praveen, have you resolved that error?
No, ma'am.
Share your screen. Don't use equals. Line number 20. Use test.
I'm here.
Pre dot test of x. That is a syntax or predicate. Delete it. If no, delete everything. If inside if if should be there. Inside if condition alone you change. Pre predicate pre object dot test method test test of x, not capital test, small test. Are you referring my demo program or not? Test of x. X is a value. This x. Test it. Test your program.
Yes, ma'am. Now I'm ready.
So refer the syntax. Don't miss the actual syntax of the concept.
Okay.
Good. Kudus and Swapnil alone not responded. Please check with them. Kudus and Swapnil.
Yeah, okay, I'll check.
Guys, requesting all of you to come back to Zoom app. So we have fifth sprint. This is a last sprint for this course. If you look into the course content of week 5, so we have something called as a revisit mini project. So the project is not new to you. The same route planner project. So route planner project, instead of array, you need to store the data in the form of list. And those operations you need to do with these Java 8 concepts. So tomorrow afternoon, I'm planning to roll out. So Friday afternoon, whole 4-hour session, and Saturday, those who are pending, we will have a project presentation on Saturday. This time, you need to present your project. Those 4 tasks you need to complete, and you need to present with PPT followed with the code explanation if required by the evaluator. So let's have it on Friday afternoon. So we have 3 mentors. So along with that, any expert mentor will join. So if we divide in breakout room, we can cover it. Those who have not done, let's plan it on Saturday. This is how planned. So we have one more topic. We have lots to cover in this topic. So let me start. If possible, we will complete it. If anything is required, if you feel like you overloaded, we will continue that on tomorrow morning. Will it be okay? So that's why I thought let's start, because we had a small topic in the morning. Anyone wants to say anything? Who raised a hand? Siddharth.
No, ma'am, it was by mistake. It was by mistake.
Okay, fine. So Kudus and Swapnil, are you back? So this is a plan. Okay, Swapnil.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So this time you need to present your project. So we have a project here. We have a project, one more mini project. It's a mini project, same route planner, same 4 tasks, but by using collection and this Java 8 feature. And next week, there is one mini project, and you will be having your capstone Java project. So totally 3 mini project followed with 1 capstone project. One is your route planner. So this is the, again, modification with route planner, and you need to present it. So prepare, start from today itself. Okay. So listen, the last concept of course 5, which is performing operation on a sequence of collection object using stream API. I'm going to introduce a new API, which is Java 8 concept, which is stream API, a new package for doing an operation on collection. It's time to think and tell. Sales and analysis department of grocery chain spread across US has sales data of its store available in raw format. the department needs to analyze the data to perform various tasks. So I assume like this is a sales data. And the data is in front of you in the form of tabular column. And they need to analyze whether it is a profitable sales or whether it is loss, whether which has been the maximum sale, when it is a less sale. So many analysis these people will make. According to you, what difficulty are likely to arise when you are dealing with the raw data sets? On seeing the data.
During reading.
Huh?
During reading the data.
On seeing this data, what are all the problems you have with this data? This is
are missing and the date format is different. Date format is not unique.
Different format.
Very good. So one thing I want to say, where we are, the date. See, it is not a unique format, not a common format. One is with this format hyphen slash. So when you are pulling the data, you will get a lot of difficulty in handling this date. Apart from that, very good interpretation.
And then certain blank spaces, blank data.
Empty data.
Yes, ma'am, empty data.
Null data. So if you read the data in Java, it will be resultant as null pointer exception when you try to read the data.
Date is not sorted.
So yeah, it is not sorted. When you are trying to sort, you cannot do, because it is not in a proper unique format. Every row is having different format. The account creator.
Name is a string.
Different state.
Okay. But even being a Java developer handling a string, we have an alternate for name. According to me, two things observed is, one is dealing with the null value. The other one is this date. I don't have problem with remaining, but there is some problem with this data. I found only two. Even though these things and all we can correct, it's not a big deal. Certain things which we could not able to handle in a Java program is these two things. Agree?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Think in development point of view. Yes, Subha, it's correct. I'm keeping a pass here. Next week from Monday, when moving on to the next course, we will be dealing with these kind of raw data under our RDBMS. Let it be, we will experience a lot. All right, a continuation of that. With that raw data, the analysis team needs to find all the customers from given city. If I provide any city name, they need to retrieve the customer details. Whomsoever customer they made a purchase on $1,200, something. So whomsoever have Visa card for payment, change all the customer name to uppercase if they are not in proper format. How can we perform these tasks using Lambda and functional interface? Is it possible? Is it possible to do these tasks, finding a customer based on
Yes, ma'am.
greater than 1,200, whomsoever used Visa card, and converting the name to uppercase? It is possible. Even it is possible without Lambda and functional interface. Is it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Even it is possible in regular code, but the problem is efficiency. So if I do without Lambda, I may code with some 10 lines. With Lambda, it may be 5 lines. You know something? By using the topic stream API, you can reduce within a single line. So if I can do without Lambda regular programming with 10 lines, with Lambda and functional interface 5 lines. You know something? By introducing the next concept, stream API, I can do within one single line, hardly one line, max to the max 2 lines. It is possible. So we will read the customer data from the file and populate to customer object. So we are doing on every applications from last week, file handling. From file, you will have a data, you will read and you will convert to the proper format and you will populate to object. It's very, very, very important. That object you will add in your list. In order to filter the data, we will use predicate interface. And in order to change the name to uppercase, we will use function interface. And you will perform the appropriate task. I will define my predicate condition matching with that whomsoever, city name or sales amount, and I will call. The question here is, can we make the code more conscious? Still, is there any way to reduce the number of lines of code? This is very important. Second point, what can we do if we encountered null value? When I'm doing in regular Java, when I'm doing with the functional interface, predicate and function, I may face null pointer exception. So I want to avoid null pointer. Even though out of 10 data, if one data is null, my object needs to handle that. I don't have any functionality to handle null. Simply, if I try to read the null value, it will result as exception. Can we ensure filter method does not return null list? No. How we will handle null pointer exception situation? By using the concept streams API. So the same thing if you do with stream API, you can reduce the number of lines of code. Point number 2, yes, null pointer exception can be overcome by using optional. We have a concept called as optional. Whenever if you are reading and writing to and from the list, null can be overcome. How? Let's explore. So we are going to perform operations on a sequence of collection object, nothing new. Read the file, store it in collection object, but we are going to handle an operation using streams API. Listen carefully. Although it is single line, we need to use a proper syntax. In this session, we will discuss about streams and its function, implementing stream API, intermediate and so many terminal operation. As I said, null can be handled with the help of optional class. And we have some methods we will explore on those optional classes. So 2 topics, one is streams and its methods. The other one is optional class exclusively to handle your null values. So streams API, like functional interface, we have a new API. It is used for processing sequence of collection object. Whenever I'm handling a collection object like array list, hash set, any data. So if I want to do any processing of my collection of object, I will be using stream API. It is a series of objects that consist of methods to produce filtered result. Can you relate the second point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. This is a core concept of your stream API. I will be holding collection of objects. It can be a single wrapper class or it can be a user-defined class. Also, my stream API deals with n number of methods, and that method is responsible for producing an appropriate filtered result. Based on my condition, my collection object will be filtered. It's very, very important. It is not a part of any collection. It is just a separate interface. I will be having my array list separately. That is comes under collection API. In my collection API, I can handle any operation, conversion, sorting, filtering, reverse sorting, matching with the record and filtering the record with the help of separate interface called as stream API. It is not a part of any collection. Generics is a part of collection, but streams API is not a part of collection. It gets insights from various data source or mediums such as array and collection. I will be providing the data via array and collection. It processes, that's all. Stream does not alter the casual state of array or collection. It's very, very important. We cannot change any values, order, or any, if I do any operation, let's say I have salary column. In my stream, I'm gonna to update the salary with some 10,000 rupees. Nothing will get reflected in my base data. Only for requirement of the middle purpose, we are using streams functionality. It only supplies the result according to the conveyed method. The need for external iteration of stream is not necessary because stream has its own internal iteration technique. Developer need not to return a loop or an iterator. The last point is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't want to use for loop or for each loop, or I don't want to use iterator, list iterator. So streams API is having inbuilt internal iteration technique. Developer need not externally write a loop or an iterator. So all the 5 points are important. Please make a note of it. You can take a snap. So point number 1, by using stream API, I can handle collection of object in a sequence order, one after another. And it is having lots of method to do various operation with my collection. So stream is different, my collection is different. I'm gonna to apply those stream methods to my collection to do any operation. So it will not reflect the actual data. And streams is having its own method of iteration. So let's assume I have this root.csv. So let's assume this is my actual data I'm storing in my flight list. So streams always will take a copy of the data. So this is my actual data. I'm storing it in my list object. So what this stream will do is it always takes create a duplicate object where it will hold all the details of flight list. And whatever the operation is doing, it will not affect in my array list. It will be affect in my streams object. Whatever the theory point I'm telling, the same theory we are going to implement in practical. These are all some rules. According to my requirement, I will be having so many streams operation. If required, we will connect one stream with another stream to fulfill all the operation. So shall I get into methods of stream API? Intro part, theory, introduction of streams. So whatever the theory we discussed, we will implement. Shall I? Guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So under java.util.stream package, under stream, it's an API. See here, stream is an API. So what is the speciality of API? What are all the APIs we discussed so far? You should have a clear idea about API. So one API we came across recently is what? Guys, speak out.
Java
Collection API. Why I am telling about collection API is a block where it consists of so many interfaces and classes. So under collection API, I have iterable. Under that I have collection. Don't confuse with this collection and this collection. Collection API is different. Collection interface is different. Apart from that list, queue, set, all the child class, everything will come under collection API. Likewise, we have stream API. Under stream API, we have so many interfaces. And each interfaces is having sub interfaces and its methods and child classes. So stream API defines so many stream interfaces. Under API, I have so many interfaces. Everything is coming under java.util.stream package. So under all other child interface, we have a parent interface called as base stream. So on top of this hierarchy of my stream package, I have base stream. So all the basic functionality of my streams are available under my base stream. And you know, by default, base stream will hold all the basic operation and it comes under try with resource. So I can use try, open, close, no finally block. So that no auto closing is enabled.
Ma'am, pardon me.
So additionally, okay, listen. So if I want to open my stream API, under stream API, we have so many interfaces. So all these are child interfaces. It falls under the category base stream. Okay, base stream having all the basic functionality of all the streams. Apart from that, base stream is having inbuilt try with resource property. So I don't want to have an explicit closing. What is the purpose of try with resource? Don't make me to revise the old topic again. When I said try with resource, I need an answer from you all.
To close all the resources.
Yes,
so I can I can handle resources. Those resources need not to be closed by developer. It will be automatically closed. So what I'm trying to say is stream classes can be used under your try block. So because it must be implements from auto closable interface, only then I can use. All those points should come in front of you when I said try with resource.
Understood, ma'am.
Thank you. So we have stream, bubble stream, int stream, long stream. Okay, listen. Stream takes source. For sure, stream is a separate API, collection is a separate API. Whatever the collection I have array list, that I need to assign to my stream as a source. So my stream will take source, which is nothing but array or a collection object, and it starts working on it. My collection may be located in a files, external files or external database. That is the reason auto closable has been enabled. Got it? Please relate all the things. So whenever if you have any files or databases, Mandatory, you need to take care of closing. 1 second. So whenever yeah. So whenever if I going for such kind of external object, care must be taken to release the resource. So that is the reason we have all those properties associated with that. So let's assume I have a data. It can be a user defined data or it can be a file data. I'll be storing it in my collection or an array. So this source, my collection list needs to be passed as a source, as an input to my stream. Point number 1. It performs various operations. So yes, it performs aggregate operation. What do you mean by aggregate? Can you name some aggregate operations? Or you haven't come across with these types of aggregate operation? See, this is simple topic. The question which I arised is so simple. Maybe the word is new to you. You haven't come across with certain words like aggregate, aggregating total, aggregate sum, aggregate average. Oh my God. Guys, are you there or not? Yes or no? So few people are not at all opening a mouth from morning to evening. What is this, ma'am? I haven't come across on this aggregate operation. This is new to me. Or you have some answer, you share.
Sum of values.
Sum of
Values.
Sum of all the values is aggregate. Sum is one aggregate operation.
Maximum. Maximum, minimum.
You know, I will show you. Yeah, maximum, minimum is also correct.
Average.
I will not go aggregate in Java. Tell me.
Average.
Average is also aggregate only. When it comes sum, then it is not Java topic. It's a generalized topic. What we were talking, yeah, aggregation. What is mean by aggregation operation is I will get one single value, one single scalar value from a collection of value. I said this term in your batch, scalar values. So whenever if I'm having collection of values, from that, based on my requirement, if I'm getting one single value, then it is aggregate. So if I have 10 values, I am doing a sum. Sum is aggregate. I am finding by 10. Out of 10 value, finding maximum, minimum. Even finding the count. Count is equal to 10 is also aggregate. So from a collection of value, I'm going to get one value from many values on condition based. It is aggregate. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So the best example is sum, average, count, maximum, minimum. What else? Did I miss anything? Yeah. So I can perform an aggregate operation. Simply I can do sum up, or based on condition I can do aggregate operation. So I want to know whomsoever, let's assume student data. in my student data for CSE department alone, I want to find sum. Is it possible? It is required. So we need to make it possible. You got the point? One is
Yes,
you
ma'am.
want to find the sum of all the students' mark. But particularly, I want to get the sum of CSE students' mark. Or I want to find the highest mark of mechanical department. Possible. So let's assume I have CSE department student. I have to take a condition CSE. I need to check, let's say 8th semester. Then I want to find the sum minimum maximum. Is it possible? Two condition. One is CSE department, the other one is semester. Requirements will be there. Finding the maximum and minimum elements in the streams. These operations are called as intermediate operation and they return a stream. This is very, very important point. In streams, we will do intermediate operation. So let's take, I have a roll number, I have name, I have department, I have SEM, I have marks. So CSC, IT, MEC, EC, IT. Assume that so many data are there. First semester, second semester, first, second, and then first. And then let's have some marks. So what are all the steps we need to do? So step number 1, I want to read the data from file and convert to student object in Java. Think about Java point of view. And you will add to each student object to a list. So let's say to array list object. So this is not new. This is what we did from the day from last week. So let's assume there were various requirements. Being an analyzing person, or I have a requirement. So for example, I want to find total marks of MEC student of first sem. So what we need to do? Can I find it out directly over here?
No, ma'am.
So that is the reason we have so many piped mechanism. So step by step. So initially I want to filter MEC data. So that initially I will pass my entire list. in my stream API. In that stream API, let's assume I have a stream object. Let's say object 1 is holding all data. So that data I am applying to my stream object 2. So out of all the data, we are filtering only mechanical data. In my stream object 3, I am filtering out of object 2, I am filtering only SIM1 data. So again, you will be creating stream object 4. So where you will find total marks of not for first object or not for all the data, for the previous object. So this is called as piped sequence of objects. So it will not affect whatever the changes you are making, it will not affect your original data. It is going to affect your streams object, and we will be creating, these are all called as intermediate streams. If required, even I can combine 2 and 3. It is possible with AND operator. If required, you can do with one single stream object, or you will be creating many stream objects. Let's look into our theory. It performs aggregate operation like filtering a stream based on condition, finding certain element based on class, finding maximum and minimum. These operations are called as intermediate operation, and every operation is going to return the stream. One stream will be passed as an input to another stream. Most of the stream operation return stream itself because it is pipeline. Pipelining is called as terminal operation. Whatever I discussed in the Excel, same they have provided in 3rd and 4th point. Stream operation do iterations internally over all the source element. It's not required. Explicit iteration is not required. It will do automatically. Yeah. Point number 1, convert a collection such as array list to stream. You will be allocating your array list to your streams. And whatever the operation I want, I will do. Finally, accumulate the element of stream. Whatever the stream I have, store it in your another collection. So it will not affect the original collection. Let's say I want to view the record of mechanical first year students. So I should get only these 2 records. So out of, let's assume 7 records, I will apply the 7 records to my stream object. My stream object will do filtering, and final stream object will be assigned to another collection. Let's assume for our case, it is temp list. Okay, shall I continue theory part? Have you got an idea? Deepesh,
Yes,
Jitesh, Asinath, tightly close to your mouth. Please respond.
Yes, ma'am.
Or shall I stop and continue on tomorrow morning? For that also I'm open to you. Let's get into the method part. How we are, whatever the theory we discussed, how we are implementing with the help of methods. So under streams interface, base stream interface, we have a filter method. As name implicits, filter method is used to filter the records. Not a regular predicate way, it is different. So this method is used for selecting items according to the predicate passed as an argument. Whatever the condition I specified in my predicate, based on that, the method is going to filter the record. So filter method lets you to filter the stream. Please look into the syntax of filter. The return type will be stream of the respective data type. Filter method, it will take predicate as a parameter. So whenever if you are supplying a predicate, it should be of that respective type. Either it should be child class or parent class. You cannot introduce anything new. It allows, by the way, parent as well as child. Here we have a freedom. I can pass array list as well as I can pass list. What is this? In Java, this type of syntax is called as? Anyone wants to give a try?
Conversion.
No. Tejas, louder, please.
Conversion.
Oh. Let's see who is telling.
Ternary operator.
No, it's not ternary.
Typecasting.
It is not type. Huh? It's not typecasting.
Extends to.
It's not sex. Extends we discussed in the session. So question mark extends we discussed, but here they provided super. Think. Very, nothing to say. Very good or very bad.
Reference.
It's not regex.
Reference.
Huh?
Reference. Referring to.
No. It's not reference.
White card.
Huh?
White.
Jitesh, louder, please.
Is it a white card type?
The technical term is wild card. I was expecting the answer wild card. Whether the word is new to you all?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
When we discussed this wild card?
Wild generics.
Generics. So when I am passing the data, either I can pass my parent, it accepts child. Here opposite. I can pass array list as well as it will accept list. It's super. Kudus, Vaishnavi, Maina, Praveen, none of you opened your mouth. Let's go. Now for you it is wave 26. When we discussed that in week 3. In wrapper class only. No, not wrapper class. Recently, week 5 only.
Course 5, yeah.
Course 5 in this week only. After collection. Yeah.
Collection.
I gave this demo to you. Yeah, for your batch only. Oh my God. I mentioned as May 26. Today it is 1st June. Thursday session. See here. But in demo, we discussed on parent and its child. Here the reverse one. Instead of extends, we have super. So here child, I can have integer, comes under number. Here it is opposite. When I give child, it's super also accepted. It's okay. After all, we are a human being. We may forget things, but what is the solution? How we can recollect all the things? Revision. Please do revision. Yeah. So filter method, we will pass predicate object. Moving on to the next. Map. This is new to you all. Listen carefully. Map. It is used, this method returns a stream consists of result applying the given function to the element of same stream. If I want to take one collection and it is stored in streams, based on my filter condition or based on my requirement, one stream data, if I want to transfer to another stream object, I will be using map method. So stream to stream can be passed based on my requirement with the help of map. So let's assume I have this data. So by using filter, I can get only mechanical data. By map, I'm having 7 records. All are stored in streams. So based on my filtering, let's assume only mechanical data I need to filter, and I want to store that in another stream. Converting 7 records to 2 records in another stream is possible with the help of map. Map will traverse all the records and it will store it in another stream object. And this is familiar to you, but we have advanced concept of sorting here. We have a sorted method.
Syntax of map.
Yeah.
Syntax of.
Yeah. So syntax of map, sorry, I missed. It will take, so stream, it's a map method, which will take a function. So based on the function return type, my 7 data will be shrunken to 2 data. And with appropriate mapper object, which will be the another stream. So 7 record based on my function condition, it will return 2, and that 2 will be stored here. Don't worry, we will only if we come across with the demo program, you will be familiar with this. So last method is sorted. As we all know, sorted, you can sort the stream data and it is based on comparator interface. And the speciality is you can do forward as well as reverse. What is that? Ascending order and descending order also possible. Yeah. So let us discuss on examples. 1 second. One second. Let's see a simple example. They have taken a source as what is that? Arrays. So assume like there is a string array holding 3 data: reflection, streams, and stream. And it will be it is an array. I'm gonna to apply for a stream. Left hand side is very important. From all the demos, we will create a stream object, capital word, of the respective data type. Stream object equal to right hand side will be my collection object dot which method you will call. This is very, very important. Please look into left hand side and please look into right hand side. By using my collection, they missed, assume like it is a names array. String of array names is equal to these 2 lines. So syntax is you will take a collection dot stream method. Under stream method, we will call filter, map, and sorted. What basis I want to filter? So I want to filter. By default, all the traversal iterator are inbuilt. So when I pass names, automatically it will take reflection. In the checks, reflection is starting with S, no. And the filter will return true or false. Are you with me, guys?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
So it will take all the 3 values of array, and this is my filter condition. So whichever the data matches with first letter S will return. Tell me. Who called me? No explicit for each, no explicit iterator, nothing. Here is my demo. So did you text me?
Ma'am, by mistake it is happening.
What for?
Ma'am, by mistake it is happened.
Okay, no problem. List. Okay, let me take string. Any doubt with this line? 8th line?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
So it is an array. It's a string array. We are converting it to list within a line. Or you can use a regular way of object creation and you can add the values. So you need to create a stream object and you need to mention the type. Generic is mandatory. So my stream object is equal to right hand side will be your collection dot. You will be calling a stream method dot. You will find filter method, map method, sorted, collect, distant. These many methods are there. So let us use. So here I want to do a filter. So filter, either I can pass predicate itself, predicate object, or I can pass my condition directly over here. So let us do a simple operation, then we will pass predicate object. So by default, let's assume X and my condition is X dot starts with One second, object 1, object 2. Object 3, object 4. I don't know why. Missed. I got reconnected. I have good internet connection only. Why? Please analyze the code. One second. I received a comment from Roshan on chat box. Is it for everyone? Then okay, I'll stop with the simple example. No worries. 2 here, 3. Fine. So it's a simple hello world kind of a demo for stream object creation. And I just tried only for filtering and sorting. 8 more are there. Still we have intermediate stream object. Deepesh, it's not overriding the previous, yeah. More advanced concepts, and we are going to explore the new API, I can say that. Okay, fine. So more programming demos and with related to user defined data and this file data, we will have it on tomorrow morning, no worries. But I want you to read at least theory on streams API, stream object method, only these 3 methods, filter, sorter, even I didn't start on collect, map and all. I'm sure you are all with me when I'm typing the code. So I have my list. I'm going to transfer all the data to my stream object. And here I'm going to filter all the data in my stream object. I'm checking whichever the data is starting with K, that data alone will be stored in my stream object. Anything will affect with my stream object with respective to my source data. If I do any modification with stream object, anything will be reflected with my source data.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, line number 10, I'm just calling filter method just to filter my list object. It's a string, so you can use string methods. And line number 12, I just wanted to pull the names having the minimum number of characters 4 and above. No, greater than 4, 5 and above. And 14th line, I'm sorting the data, alphabetical order, it will be sorted. 17th line, I have a number, integer collection of list. I'm sorting it. Further, I am sorting in the reverse order. I'll check the output and then I'll confirm. I just tried randomly on this reverse part. Let's wait. I want to get the expected output. Here, no, I will make print line. Then I will add. Here also I will add print line so that I can see in a single line. So the first stream object will return whichever the name starting with the letter K. And the second condition is whomsoever number of characters in the name is greater than 4, not inclusive of 4. Greater than 4 means 5 and above. So whichever the name is having 5 or more characters, whether it got sorted? Yes. My collection list has been sorted. Moving on to the last. Let me append. I have passed randomly 6 data. So initially I want to sort the data in ascending order. The same thing we want to do it in descending order. It is working. So the same can be applied for employee data, student data, flight data, mobile data, everything. I'm sharing the code. You try for various filtering. And you try for sorting also. Rest we will continue on tomorrow. We have a few more methods. Collect method, for each method, and reduce method. So we will discuss on this tomorrow. And in order to handle null, we have optional class. And along with simple hello world demo, we want to handle with the user defined class type. Okay. I'm sharing the reference material for your self reading. Please do it now. So before coming tomorrow's session, I want everyone to read the introduction part and theory part of your stream API. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Because no, I
Yes, ma'am.
feel like the coding will be little bit difficult. Today it looks simple because it's a first stream object. Whereas moving on to more conditions and intermediate stream, you will feel difficulty. I'm sharing the link. Don't worry, all the project is for you only, you guys.
This lambda is very confusing.
This is one of the tricky and interesting topic. So today
It's
evening, all of
interesting
you.
but very confusing.
Confusing, I agree. I totally agree with you. So please read some theory and do some practice program by today evening. So that when we continue tomorrow, you will not feel that much difficulty. That I can say. Guarantee.
What happens when the entire course is ended now? When we completed the course 3, when we reached course 4, then we became familiar with course 3. During that course, we never become familiar with that.
What did I reply to him? It's a fact. You are on right track. Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with Java fundamentals, variables, conditional construct, loops? Are you comfortable with oops?
Of course, ma'am.
Same thing.
Yes, Prashant. So, yes, Prashant, after completing the course, you will be thinking, oh, that time I thought the course was very difficult. It was not that much difficult. Right.
I hope, sir. I hope so.
Okay, I'm closing for the day. Whether Saurav is back from breakout room? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I'm back.
So yes, I'm closing for the day, guys. Thank you all. We will continue with streams tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Okay, bye everyone.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir.
Bye, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
See you tomorrow, man.